Good evening. Today is Monday, May 24th, 2021, and this regular meeting of the Romulus Community Schools Board of Education is called to order at 6:15 p.m. Due to still being under a local and county state of emergency, we still are not able to open to public participation in person, but I do want to recognize that we have many staff members who are here outside the building today, and we have opened up a Google link for them and for any of our community members who are joining us tonight so that you can participate in real time, give comments in your own voice as opposed to the Google form. And as always, this Board of Education welcomes all stakeholders to participate and be part of our meetings. Madam Secretary, if you could call the roll, please.
Bergeron.
Present.
Terrell.
Present.
Kennard.
Here.
Evans.
Present.
German.
Present.
Lester is present. Piles.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Tonight we are honored to have two of our students with us tonight from Romulus High School. We have our valedictorian, Darcel Davis, and we have our salutatorian, Brett Sherwood. And it is our honor to highlight you and your hard work and academic excellence and your contributions to our schools and to our entire district during your time here. And we welcome your families and invite them because they are very much a part of this journey with you. And we know, as do you, that you are here today because of the investment that your families have made in you. And today and your graduation is as much an honor, at least as much of an honor for them as it is for you. So thank you to the Davis family and to the Sherwood family for entrusting your children to us for their academic careers and for allowing us the honor of highlighting them tonight. So Mr. Sherwood and Mr. Davis, you may come up here. I know that you guys have prepared PowerPoints to highlight your time here and some of the things you were involved in. So, Mr. Davis, since you are the valedictorian, we will give you the choice to go first or to defer to Mr. Sherwood, whichever you are more comfortable with. Okay. Mr. Sherwood, you have been voluntold.
Hello. Hello. So before I start, I just want to say, big shout out to all of the teachers, the administrators, the faculty that have helped me, throughout my educational journey. My parents especially, they're the most important for sure. And I remember that when I was a little kid, they would read to me before I go to sleep every night. So I still have a lot of my childhood books, and I credit a lot of that reading comprehension skills, all that stuff to them, investing in me when I was young. So thank you guys. So there's a nice picture of me in my little bear hoodie, and a nice picture of me and my parents. And my dad actually took the picture outside the big house a couple weeks ago. So I wanted to touch on, some of my favorite aspects of high school first. So, the school spirit at Romulus High School is great. And, I made so many friends in all of my AP classes that were, like-minded individuals like me with dedication to their studies, but also also, you know, we have fun too. I remember at the end of the year we had a party, and we did like a reenactment of like Abraham Lincoln's funeral and like what it would be like if we had to play like the characters. So that was fun. That was a picture that we took, I believe, towards the beginning of the year, bottom left. And then top right is a picture of me and DC as the co-drum majors for marching band. And we just took that 2 years ago. Yeah. And top left is during pajama day, you know, during homecoming spirit week, which is always fun. And then bottom right is the Halloween Hale Creek Parade, where we all got to dress up and then we marched around the school for the kids, which is always really fun. I always enjoy that. So I want to talk a little bit about a program that I was heavily involved in, Family Career Community Leaders of America, which is a career and technical student organization. And we do a lot of things to where we help, with community service and develop leadership skills, and help inspire the youth. And we actually, one of my favorite projects that I did with them my sophomore year, I donated over $1,500 worth of toys and physical goods to a adoption facility, boys' home in Redford. And that project actually took me to Anaheim, California, as you can see top right, with some of my other classmates that also put together amazing presentations to where they helped serve their community. So I want to talk a little bit about some of the school-sponsored events and trips that I've been on as well. So top left was the 8th grade trip to Washington, D.C., which was super fun. That was like the first time I think I had been like out of the state with people that weren't like my parents, so that was fun. And bottom left was the academic breakfast. The school always does a really good job with that. It's always a good time celebrating everybody's collective achievements and, you know, just being happy to see your peers succeed. And then right is a picture that I took at Heritage Park for homecoming. You know, it's always fun seeing everybody all dressed up and looking sharp, you know, looking fly. So another big part of my educational career has definitely been symphony and marching band. Miss Mills is doing a great job with the program, so shout out to Miss Mills. We've worked really hard to get the program to where it is today. And so bottom left is a picture from marching band, and then top left, my brother was actually a member of the marching band, and he went to Ramos High School class of 2008. So when he was babysitting me one day, he put the uniform on me. So it's always fun to look back on stuff like that, and the fact that, you know, I got to be in the marching band too after he did was really cool. And bottom right there is that's a picture we took after we had competed at the district festival for a symphony band, and we had got straight ones, which is the highest honor possible at any ensemble, and no other band did that day. And And then top right was that Downriver Music Guild, which is a elite level honors band for Downriver area kids to go, and we get together and we rehearse like all day, and we put together a concert for the parents and the staff in the evening. It's always super fun and to be around people that just love music, love playing. And then I also want to talk about one of my main interests that I've been following lately is photography, which I credit a lot of me getting into that to my dad, because he's the one who showed me how to use the camera and how to really like capture raw emotion in your photos. And so this picture I actually took last June at a Black Lives Matter protest, and it's one of my favorite photos, and I kind of get sad every time I see it, because it like you see the hope in the little girl's eyes, and the envision for like a better tomorrow. So I really like the picture. And the picture at the bottom right is one of my good friends, Colette, and she is graduating this year. And so we went to downtown Detroit, and I took some of her senior pictures too, and I really enjoyed that one as well. So last but not least, I just want to touch on some of my favorite memories that I've had in high school. So top left was the first day back after the pandemic, when all the seniors were asked to come back and help with the tour for the different activities, and we showed them around the school, and we helped get them acclimated to the building, and helped show them all the opportunities that they're going to have here at Romulus High School. And it was a really good time for me because it felt like symbolic being able to actually pass the torch and come back to the school with my friends for like the first time in like over a year. So it was really nice. And then bottom left was when we were actually in Atlanta, Georgia, my freshman year for the National FCCLA Conference. And that was a really fun trip. So we actually got to see Martin Luther King's birth home and a whole bunch of murals in downtown Atlanta and the world of Coca-Cola, a whole bunch of fun stuff. And we got to compete and show off our community service projects there as well. And that one was a fundraiser for the Atlanta trip, actually, and that was like a barbecue dinner that we had hosted with the Culinary Arts program to raise money for it. But it was super fun because, I'm not really much one to cook a lot, but I definitely learned a lot with some of my favorite people, and how to prepare a dinner for like a large amount of people is definitely like a good skill to have. And it was definitely really weird because a lot of people didn't have like any experience, so it was kind of fun, but it was a little hectic trying to put it together. But yeah, so that's all the pictures that I have. But I just wanted to say that I've spent my entire K through 12 education here, and I am grateful for that because I would not trade it for anything else in the world.
Thank you very much, Brett, for sharing that. And I want to remind everyone that the graduating class this year has spent half of their high school experience in a pandemic. And there have been unique challenges over the last 2 years, but there have also been opportunities to build resilience and rise above that and not use the pandemic as an excuse. And these two young men, in addition to so many of our graduating seniors, exemplify that in a way that we may not necessarily be able to comprehend. But your high school experience has been drastically different than any of ours. And we cannot know your experience, but we have watched and we commend you for the way that you have handled it and embraced it and still continue to move forward. So thank you for exemplifying that and for reminding us as we watch that this wasn't just an easy journey, but you still chose to stay the course in spite of the things that could have deterred you. So Mr. Davis, Darcel Davis is our valedictorian.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So before I begin, I would like to thank my parents for raising me the way that they did, supporting me in everything that I've done, no matter what. And I really, really thank them for it. And to all of my teachers that have taught me over the years, because without them, I don't think I would be where I am right now. So the first slide right here I decided to make it all about band, marching band, symphony band, concert band, because throughout my 4 years of high school, band has always been like a family to me. Always there to support me in everything, whether it be academics or personally. The picture on the top left is my first festival in high school. The picture right under it is me and Brett. I think that was last year's Pumpkin Festival, or was that 2019 Pumpkin Festival? Our first year as drum major. I love being drum major because I've learned a lot about being a leader, just being a drum major. The top right picture, again, is the year we got a 1 at MSBOA Festival. And Brett, wasn't that the year all our bands got 1s? Yeah, all our bands bands got ones that year, and that was before the pandemic. And the picture right under that is me sitting down on the stage during a concert. I don't remember which one, though. FCCLA, I spent 2 years in this organization, and I've also learned a lot about being a leader here, and also trying to make the community better. The top left picture is, I believe that was my freshman year with all the freshmen at our first conference. The bottom left picture was my second year where we got silver medals, and those are my teammates right there. The top right picture, that was my teammate from my freshman year. We also got silver at that conference. And the picture under that is all of us on my freshman year. Now, NHS has really shown me that I like to volunteer around the community. I like helping people. And the picture with Miss Marino of me getting inducted, that's one of my favorite pictures. There's a picture in the top right of us at the Christmas tree lighting ceremony. And the bottom right one, I believe, is the Chad Tuff fundraiser. Yeah. And then also here, Dollars for Scholars. In the top left picture, that's me and my other classmates in Dollars for Scholars. The one under that is one of the trips we've taken to a college in the surrounding area. And the one right there on the right with my sign and the Wayne State Warrior t-shirt, that was just this past Friday. Ms. Willerick just delivered that sign to celebrate the class of 2021. And then these two pictures have to be my all-time favorite pictures because in the bottom left, all our bands got ones. And the one on the right is our last homecoming before the pandemic. And I really loved that homecoming that year.
Thank you both again for being here. It is our favorite thing as board members to be able to see our students' experience and our students, milestones and their successes and be there to offer support and to celebrate with you and your families today. And both of you mentioned your time in band, and I do want to give a shout out to Mrs. Jessie Race because she commits to that program and she has worked tirelessly and then even took on middle school. And, sometimes it's hard to get enough students, but it's always better to keep our programs going, especially our music and band, because you both spoke about the teamwork and the benefit from that program. And so, yes, in that year, every group did get ones, and that was huge. And then the pandemic hit, so there wasn't the regular celebrations and honors that there would have been. But yes, shout out to Jessie Race for investing in our students and going above and beyond, and for providing that as part of your experience at Romulus Community Schools. And thank you both, and thank you to your families again for lending us your children. Mr. Sherwood? Of course. Viewers won't be able to hear you.
Board members, Dr. Edmondson, family and friends, I would just like to say that one of the things that I look at when I look at DC and I look at Brett is people that have determination. They have determination to do the right thing. They also have determination to get things done no matter what obstacle is in front of them. They push themselves even when there weren't people there to push themselves. They're self-starters. There's a lot of people in life that they always need somebody pushing them and prodding them along, and did you do this and did you do that? These are the type of students that don't need that because they know what their goals are. They know what they want to achieve in life. And I really, really commend them for doing that, especially over the past year and a half. They knew where they wanted to be, and they pushed through. They continued to push through. And these are the things that are going to happen. They're the kind of young men that you're going to look to in the future as future leaders. And I commend this entire class of 2021 for everything that they've done, everything that they've gone through. And a person told me one time, no matter what you do, whether it's high school, whether you went to school in Farmington, Bloomfield Hills, Ypsilanti, Romulus, Detroit, no matter what your economic position in life is, what you put into something is what you're going to get out. And these young men put everything in, and they are getting everything out. So I appreciate you guys. Great job. Great job.
Before we continue on with the meeting, we would like to get a picture of Dr. Edmondson with each family and then all of you together. Stand up here and got to get the picture, you know that.
So it's, first of all, congratulations to you all. I'm going to just be direct. I'm a direct person no matter what. With my sons, doesn't matter who it is, I'm direct. Mr. Sherwood, you were correct. I'm sitting here, and I'm going to say this to you. I couldn't be more proud as an African-American male. Okay, I needed this today. I needed to see what I am seeing now. That's exactly why I went into education. I wanted to make a difference in the lives of all students, but particularly black male students. But I understand that you have what a lot of kids don't have. A father, a mother who demand from you. Okay, when you go to college, that's what separates you. Mr. Sherwood said it. It's the, I don't need a speech. I don't need 1,000 speeches because you had it. You've had it growing up. And when, you know, if anything happens to your parents in life, you already know what they expect from you. They expect your best. I don't know if they expect excellence. I tell my kid, I don't expect excellence from you. I expect your best. I can't ask you to do more than your best. But I'm so proud of you. I've never had this opportunity to see two black males be the first and second in their class. I used to say, oh, I was top 10%. I mean, that was good enough for me. I was top 10% of my class. But to see you guys doing it and to see how involved you are in your school, okay, I'm a little bit robbed that I didn't get to see you for 4 years. I'm robbed because I didn't get to see you this year, okay? I went to a graduation yesterday and I heard all the speeches and I'm like, uh-oh, I know I have to get a speech too. I have to write mine of what I'm gonna say, but it mirrors pretty much what you already know, okay? You can give a speech on resilience, okay? Adversity, these are two things, adversity and resilience, okay? There's no excuse. Okay, there was a pandemic, I get it. There's no excuse though. That's not an excuse to do poorly, okay? And I just appreciate you. Keep doing what you're doing. Don't stop at Wayne State. Do not stop at U of M, okay? I say to kids, you're supposed to finish there. Now you go on to the other things and then come back to your community and you make a difference. And if you don't come back to this community, go back to another community and make a difference, okay? Our country needs you, gentlemen. So I'm gonna end on that, but I wanted to, before you get your picture here, I wanted to give you each one of these. These are hot commodities around here because the Board of Education doesn't have these, just so that you know. Okay, they only go, I keep them in my office for special occasions like this, where I want to thank you two for what you've done to Romulus schools and helping keep us on the map for a good thing. So Mr. Sherwood, first, there. Appreciate that from you. Mr. Davis, I don't know, this might be a little young on you. I don't know, but I'll get you another one if it doesn't fit. But if it doesn't fit, give it to your mom. If it does fit, you keep it. If it doesn't fit, I'll get you another one. Am I sure? Because you said, oh, absolutely. And they're, you know, to the parents, they're so well-mannered. That's what I expect. So well-mannered. And I know it's because you have parents. Okay, my dissertation was called The Effects of Small Class Sizes and Parental Involvement in Small Class Sizes on the Academic Achievement Gap. Why kids of color are behind by they get to kindergarten. It doesn't have to be that way. There's some things that we have got to do in our homes to make sure that our kids are prepared when they come to school. It's not rocket science. So no matter what, okay, I am divorced, and I'll tell you this, I'm still a father. Number one, I tell my boys that you can't ever take that away from me. Okay, so go on to your greatness. Thank you so much. And I will say to Ms. Piles, and I'll say this publicly to everybody else, the superintendent's report used to be my highlight. I used to love the board superintendent report. That was my favorite. But now I will say that it has absolutely been surpassed by the student spotlight. I talked to the president, Ms. Piles, and I asked her, please don't do it. Do it next year, please. Let us just get through the year. So she pushed me, and this is what is the result. So thank you, Ms. Piles. I owe you a public apology for that. I do. So thank you so much. This does mean everything to me. So let's get this picture. Get out of here.
They didn't state their GPAs, and that is.
Yeah, I know it's 4 or something. I was just wondering. I know what I heard yesterday. I hope you guys beat that. GPA is? Yes, sir. 4.11, 4.11. Yes, sir? 4.125. Got him, just a nickel by nickel. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. Keep it up in school. You're in school, you're going to see a lot of people like yourselves. Okay, I'm not going to talk about a good book, but there's a good book. And it's on 15 Corinthians, 1 Corinthians 15:33 says, do not be misled. Bad company, good character gets corrupted by bad company. Stay around the right people, guys.
We need you in the center. Let's get, I know, right, so let's get both of them. Let's get both of you.
Did you all talk about wearing black? Is that what it was?
And that is why everybody involved in any capacity in this district does what they do. And it is absolutely worth it. Sometimes we have difficult things to navigate and, it gets hard, but it is worth it every single time. And those are just two. There is a graduating class full of students who demonstrate academic excellence and community service, and we are proud of them. Next is acceptance of the agenda. I move that the Board of Education accept the meeting agenda as presented.
Support.
Moved by Pyle, support by Wester. All in favor?
That's Kennard.
Oh, Kennard, I'm sorry. Kennard. All in favor?
Roll call vote.
Well, we're all here. We can, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine in nature by the Board of Education and will be acted upon by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items. If any member of the board or any citizen requests discussion of an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will become the first item of business under the report of the superintendent portion of the agenda. Approval. To approve the minutes of the Board of Education, April 19th, 2021 special meeting, May 4th, 2021 special meeting, May 4th, 2021, 2 closed sessions, May 10th, 2021 regular meeting, May 14th, 2021 special meeting, May 14th, 2021 closed session, and May 17th, 2021 special meeting. B, to approve the bills for payment as submitted by the Interim Director of Finance, Jewel Clare, in the amount of $293,325.14. C, to approve the personnel actions as submitted by Human Resources Director Margaret Hazlett. The retirement of Julia Salerno, teacher at Romulus High School, effective 6/30/21. And the resignation of Lauren Dennis, teacher at Romulus High School, effective July 1, 2021. And Michelle Louiselle, teacher at Wick Elementary, effective April 1st, 21. Is there support?
Support.
Moved by Pyle, supported by Kennard. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Abstain because I wasn't at most of those meetings.
Okay. Linda. Okay. Let the record show 6 supporting votes and 1 abstain. Thank you. Next on the agenda is the public comments, agenda items only. We have people who are joining us through Google Meets and also some who may have submitted forms. But before we go to that, I would like to introduce Mr. Pete Bergeron. He is our newest board member. This is his first regular meeting. He was initiated at a special meeting over the weekend, and he came back. So we're expecting great things from him. Mr. Cooper, do we have any public comments?
We have a few.
Okay.
Hi, first from Tina Talley. I attended the board meeting this past Saturday where 4 tentative agreements were removed from the agenda. At the end of the meeting, it was voted on to approve the addition of the 4 tentative agreements to tonight's meeting agenda. Tonight's agenda reflects possible actions. Can someone please advise on the inconsistencies between the vote on Saturday to add the 4 tentative agreements to tonight's agenda and the wording on tonight's agenda for possible action regarding the 4 tentative agreements and why action is being delayed? The next one is from Sarah Carter, REA President, and it says, on Saturday, May 22nd, the board voted 4-3 to put all 4 tentative agreements back on today's agenda as an action item, not a possible action item. As such, you are now in violation of the Open Meeting Act, and Troy Scott and the MEA is fully prepared to take legal action. Why was this change made? Next one is from Michael Hansen. First, I want to say congratulations to Darcel Davis and Brett Sherwood. I have had the pleasure to teach both of them. They are fine young men and great representatives of Romulus Community Schools. This is in regard to action items 8A through D, the vote taken Saturday with a 4-3 margin, and not the same, I think it is not the same, as is presented into tonight's agenda. Why are you doing this when the TAs have been settled and voted on by the membership? Troy Scott and the MEA is prepared to take legal action if you choose not to take the action voted on Saturday. There's one more. This is a long one. Troy Scott. Good evening. My name is Troy Scott, and the exclusive bargaining representative for the Romulus Education Association. Over the past several months, the REA and the employer, through Rod Green, whom the Board of Education gave the parameters and authority to negotiate a contract, came to an agreement for the teachers. For the first time in 7 years I have represented the REA, the negotiating process was collaborative. It is unfortunate a minority of the Board of Education now wants to sabotage the process. The minority owes the teachers, the public, and the students of Romulus Community Schools an explanation as to what the purpose of this is. There is no legitimate reason, and this is an attempt to undermine the superintendent and teachers. At the special board meeting on Saturday, May 22nd, 2021, the majority of the Board of Education indicated voted the outstanding contracts, including the teacher contracts, would be placed on the agenda. Since that time, it appears the minority of the Board of Education has indicated the contract agenda items regarding contracts as possible. Under what statutory authority does the minority believe that they can overrule the majority? Just because the president and vice president are not happy with the majority vote, it does not give them the right to establish an illegal agenda in violation of the Michigan Open Meeting Act and what the majority has voted in favor of. In addition, the minority has questioned the authority of the negotiator they have appointed. Did you seat a negotiator that had no authority to negotiate? If so, you have committed an unfair labor practice, not only with respect to the teachers, but every unit for which a contract has been ratified. It is time to stop playing games and ratify the contract. Otherwise, the MEA will take the necessary legal actions and file a criminal complaint against the minority of the Board of Education with the Michigan Attorney General and an unfair labor practice for failure to send a negotiator to the table without the requisite authority. This is an embarrassment to the Romulus Community Schools and smacks of racism toward the current superintendent and the students of the district. This is not a game. Do what is the best interest of your students and what the majority of the board has demanded. And that's it. That's a lot. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. We are at the report of the superintendent, Dr. Edmondson. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there any, are there hands raised on there? Are there hands raised? Can you tell? Okay, those who are joining us through the Google Meet, we don't see any hands raised, but if there's somebody who'd like to make a comment, please unmute. Seeing none, the floor is yours, Dr. Edmondson.
Thank you. I'll be brief. In front of the board, I gave you I don't know where it is. Property. We have somebody, thank you, trustee, thank you. You have a revised letter of intent to purchase a piece of land on Beverly. I believe it's former Hayti school site. We have an offer for $295,000. They offered $250,000. I countered at $315,000. They came back at $295,000. This is a great opportunity for us to get more finances into the district and, get rid of properties that are just sitting vacant. Time is of the essence. This is in front of you. I feel like if we wait too much longer, we may lose the opportunity. I just ask the board that you look at it and perhaps, maybe not this meeting, the next meeting, you can act on it. But it's time sensitive. The next thing is playground equipment. It's going to come to you in the next week. We have gone through the proper process of TIPS, which is the making certain that it's a government vetted, vendor. And we've worked with all of our principals in getting good playground equipment. We believe our kids deserve that. If you take a gander at the playground equipment, it's got to be 20 years old. This is a timing matter. It will come in front of you. It is $750,000 for all of that's for everything. And we got everything. We got everything for our kids. They deserve it. Where are we going to get the money? So I'm going to just say to the school board, what I would hope is that we go into the fund equity to get that so that we can have this on time for kids. When they start, we want them to have this new playground equipment. I want to thank our principals for working extremely hard on that. Bill Garland for working extremely hard on that. Jeff Barfell, as well as Dr. Sophia Lafayette Laws. They've been instrumental in getting that done as requested by the superintendent myself. $750,000, if we take that out of our fund equity, where do we get it back? That's a very good question. We sell Merriman for the $650,000 that we have on the table, and then you also have another $295,000. Let's add that up. We have ample amount of money. When we get that, my goal and my recommendation to the board is that you take the money that we pay it up front, then when we sell those two pieces of property, we put it back into the fund equity. Our kids deserve this. This is not debatable to me, but, I know my role. I know my role here, so you all have to make that decision. That's it. Thank you.
Do you,
I have a question.
yes,
It's not in front of you yet.
Pardon?
Oh, I was going to say the playground equipment is not in front of you, the information. It's coming.
Okay, well, backing up one step, as far as the Beverly School sale, what do we have to do? I mean, if you had a offer and a counter, and it's been sitting there for, 30 years, that's where I went to elementary school at.
The
you know,
Hayti?
I'd like- Pardon?
Hayti? Not the Burton, not Burton. Okay, this is 9 acres of vacant property.
I went to school down the street from there.
I'm going to sell that next, believe that, believe it.
But anyway, what are you waiting for?
I just need the Board of Education to approve it as that's in front of you. You approve it, we get it done. It's a vacant piece of land.
And with all due respect, Madam President, when do we act on that per item, or do we wait until after the report's over?
no, so this was brought as a FYI, so board members have time to review this, because there's been a request.
So it's not on the official?
It's not in the official vote for tonight, however, I spoke with Mr. Haver, and if the board does not wish to wait until the next regular meeting, we can schedule a special meeting. He will bring in the potential buyer, and after reviewing this, we'll have that opportunity to ask questions. So before we leave tonight, if that's something the board would like to
I
do,
think
we are
that's
able to do
something that
that.
we should move on, because you don't know what this real estate
Right.
market was happening. This is the upper end of it, and, once interest rates are going up, the value of these properties are gonna start coming down. So I think we
Absolutely.
need to move as quickly as possible.
Agreed.
I will also give you that we just got the assessment back, the appraisal. I'll be glad to share it with you, but I don't want to say it publicly. We don't want to say it publicly, so I'll give it to you.
This is a good deal.
It's
a great deal.
outstanding deal.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
Do you want to hit the other items?
Oh, the action item?
Yeah, are we going to cover?
Yeah,
Okay. We'll read those motions.
we've discussed. But if you want me to, I'll do.
Yeah, in case there's, do we want to start with the COVID? You want to start with the COVID
Jeez.
column?
You athletic eligibility.
Do that one, okay. It's in here.
The action item, we had this discussion 2 weeks ago about going to the MHSAA standard. So that action item is in front of you. The MHSAA membership, there's just
Okay.
that's us participating in MHSAA athletics. And that COVID preparedness plan has been the same for the last, months. Just change the date for
This is
you.
the last one.
Just change the
for the
dates for
year.
you.
Okay, does someone have the MHSAA motion?
I move that the Board of Education adopts the presented athletic eligibility requirements aligning with MHSAA. The rationale, our athletic program should be an incentive and point of pride. If a required GPA is 2.0 cumulative, it fails to consider progress, trauma, and remediation. Requiring semester grades rewards achievement and improvement. This item was tabled from consideration at the May 10th meeting. Budget implications, none.
Support.
Moved by Wester, supported by Kennard. Is there any discussion? Ms. German, do you have any questions or concerns?
I don't. I did speak to Dr. Edmondson, and he enlightened me, so thank you.
Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next is our motion for the MHSAA membership. Somebody wants to read that?
I move that the Board of Education adopts the resolution for membership to the Michigan High School Athletic Association effective August 1st, 2021 through July 31st, 2022. Rationale: it is recommended that the Board of Education adopt this annual resolution for membership in the Michigan High School Athletic Association. Each school district which wishes one or more schools to participate in MHSAA tournaments and benefit from the MHSAA services must schedule on its Board of Education agenda for the adoption of the resolution. Budget implications are none.
Support.
Moved by Wester, supported by Kennard. Any questions, comments, discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next is our COVID-19 preparedness and response plan. So I move that the Board of Education approve the May 2021 RCS COVID-19 preparedness and response plan. Superintendent Dr. Benjamin Edmondson and Executive Director of Instruction Dr. Sophia Lafayette Laws have revised the extended learning plan. The RCS COVID-19 preparedness and response plan for May will be available prior to the meeting. There are no budget implications. Is there support?
Support.
Moved by Piles, supported by Wester. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. So we are at agenda item 8. It is the report of the Director of Human Resources. And to the board, I ask that our closed session be moved. I don't know if we need it tonight or at another time, but I'm hoping that we can add clarity for all of our staff members today. So before I turn the floor over to Margaret Hazlett for these, there is a reason why this was possible action item. And the reason is that I move that because the board was not provided with sufficient time to devote to complete a thorough review of the tentative collective bargaining agreements prior to Saturday's meeting, that the board table consideration of the tentative agreements until the board attends a study session with the district's finance director, the MASB negotiator, and any other individuals chosen by the board to review the tentative agreements and the board's future budgets, and which shall include the budgetary parameters established by the district's bargaining team prior to negotiations of the tentative agreements, a presentation by the finance director identifying the financial impact of the tentative agreements to the district's proposed budget for the 21-22 school year, and the financial impact of the tentative agreements to the district's budget over the next 5 years, identified by year and anticipated expenditure for each. And this motion is for information, not opposition to any tentative agreement. Is there support?
Support.
Moved by Piles, supported by Kennard. And
Before you move on, can I ask that we set up a hearing to sell that property?
yeah, so we're going to add a special meeting at the end, absolutely. No, no,
I didn't know where
you're fine.
but I didn't hear it come back up. and
Right.
I want to make sure that we handle that real
Absolutely.
estate deal.
But-
Okay?
yes.
Because we're spending money now, and that's
Yes.
to replace some.
Yes.
So.
Thank you, and I promise you we will take care of that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron.
Well, you don't have to thank
No,
me.
no, I appreciate you. We don't want to let that go. So the motion is on the floor, and I know that Dr. Edmondson came in and he had the goal of settling these, and the board appreciates that very much. And that is something that this district desperately needs, good relationships with all of our bargaining units and the board and our central office staff. And that is commendable, the goal. And again, I want to state that this board is not opposed to tentative agreements. This board, every single member on this board recognizes and values the work of our principals, our teachers, our secretaries, and our paras. And every single employee is deserving of what has been presented in the TA, and then some. This request is simply for the board to have the information that we've requested and that we need in order to understand the financial impact and to make sure that we are understanding and we are accountable for the finances and we understand the budget parameters that were considered for these negotiations and the sustainability of it. Because while we want to absolutely compensate our staff and move back to where they were, our staff is not whole. They took a 14% cut to save our district. And we need to get back up there, but at the same time, we do not want to come back and make concessions. So what we need to do, board, is we will be approving a budget next month. We're also setting our board goals and our priorities, and we want to make sure that we are aligning, and when we enter into these tentative agreements, that we are understanding the whole financial impact, so we understand if we need to cut other places, or if, what that looks like. And so this motion is only to delay it long enough to be fully informed and have the financial information that was requested.
I have a little bit of a misunderstanding about this because it came to us, we had a study session on it on Saturday. Okay, we talked about that. Now, the boards that I've been involved with, okay, we hire a CEO. We give that CEO responsibility for our budget. It's up to that CEO to come up with that data, okay, to supply us with information and supply us with how we're going to achieve these particular goals. Okay, I think by putting that off, we're taking the authority away from the superintendent, okay, and our accounting department. And I really would like to see us move forward on this, get this behind us, because the faster we get this behind us, and I appreciate what you said about, about we're not denying this, but we need more information. I just got here. I went to the meeting the other day. I have enough information in my mind to make a decision on approving those contracts. And I have enough confidence with the people that I met in the finance department and the gentleman that we hired as a consultant. They gave us the information that we needed, and he's the one that negotiated. And now all of a sudden, we're second guessing a negotiator, that we hired to work for us. So I'm not understanding that part of it. And so therefore, from my standpoint, I don't want to, have another meeting as far as more information. I have enough, and I've only been here a week. I studied over the agenda, over the budget. I studied over our finances. I looked over them. What they're doing with this extra money, like selling the school, they're paying for these one-time expenses and that. So that's not in the budget. That's extra money that's coming in. So from my standpoint, with all due respect, I'm ready to vote on that and to move forward.
Noted, thank you. Any other comments? So I will say this, we did enter into this trusting the negotiator. We entered into a contract with the negotiator that contract explicitly stated that the parameters for negotiation would be brought to the board for approval. And not only did we not do that, we don't know what they are. And according to the contract, the progress updates, we haven't received. So again, this is not not to approve it, but if I may finish, I promise, because I want to make sure we're fully thinking this through. We are going to approve a budget next month, okay, within weeks. We are also going to be determining our priorities for our students within the next few weeks, and we're going to be approving these tentative agreements. It makes sense that we would make these decisions, understanding the finances, having been given that information, and our budget and the impacts first, and then enter into these, and not then limit our student programs and supports to whatever's left. And if we need to go into closed session before we vote, there are also some items in the agreements, as we, heard and Rod told us he's not a lawyer. And there are a couple clauses in these that jumped out as being contradictory to the revised state code. So we could have some problems down the road if we enter into this in good faith and goodwill, and I get that, Mr. Bergeron, but there is, our current contracts don't expire for over a month, so there is time, and this shows not only our staff, but also our community, that we really want to understand and be responsible for these decisions we're making. And there are some concerns in those contracts. And maybe we can just better understand them. That was the reason for my request.
Okay, and if I may, I respect that. I truly do. But I'm looking at this. I got involved on this board of directors because I think we're in a hole, okay, as a community. The best thing that we can do is have 200-300 people out there being advocates saying, that Romulus is a great place to work.
Yes.
You need to bring your kids back here. And that's what I'm talking about, okay? You may be talking about that. As far as I'm concerned, that gentleman right there is the one we hired to take care of those finances and all those little problems. I'm not gonna micromanage him on what he's doing. But if I find out that this is wrong, he's gonna be on the carpet, because that's his job. I'll make sure it's a nice carpet, okay?
And
So,
yes.
anyway, but that's where I'm
Yes.
coming from with all due
And I respect that, and I agree, and we do want to give that autonomy to him. It's just when it came to us, and do you know what the budget parameters were? I mean, we don't know that yet, so how do we know that what I don't want to do in this community, and you know this, that we were a deficit district, so if we take a week to get this information, and there were violations in our contract with our negotiator, so the system is set up so that we can do this with fidelity, and we can do this with the information needed to know with confidence we're not going to find ourselves in a financial jam. And that was all I was requesting. In addition to there are some legal issues that are contrary to, it hasn't been reviewed by legal. Rod told us he's not legal, and there are some conflicts in that.
Madam President,
Go ahead, Ms. Kennard.
my question is, what is the time frame for this? If we were to allow for additional review,
What I would ask,
deadline?
so we have set a goal as a board in a district to settle these CBAs prior to their expiration date, which is 3 of them expire June 30th, and the other one expires August something, I don't know the date. So the time frame would be to still meet that goal that we set, but do it with these questions being answered, with legal able to review the contracts where there are some things that are what is it, revised code 1229, just in, as far as non-renewal, there are things that we cannot contractually enter into that are in violation of this, of state law that supersedes it. So that's an opportunity to clean it up. And these aren't major things, but they're just things that we tie up these loose ends now, so to prevent problems later.
Okay, and I have an additional question, in the last couple of years, being on the board and any experiences that I've had in negotiations, there's always been someone in the negotiations that was legal. And so are you saying that we had no legal representation during the negotiation, or who was?
So no, we didn't. Now, we don't necessarily need legal involved in the negotiations. That's not a requirement. However, this district has always had contracts reviewed by legal, before we enter into them. And so just in reviewing, I noticed some conflicts and we had this in a prior contract where our language was actually contrary to what the revised state code mandated, and we had some problems there, and that's one of the things we're cleaning up. So we didn't need a lawyer, but we should have a lawyer to review any contract before we enter into it. And it's just, and again, with the goal being to still settle these contracts prior to, we're not deterred from our goal. We're just not rushing through knowing that there are these concerns that could potentially bite us later. And then, right now, it's unpopular to take this stand. Right now, it's very unpopular to take this stand. But if down the road we realize that we should have just taken this time and still settled them within our same goal timeframe, but failed to do this, the backlash from the entire community will be greater than the unpopular stance right now.
Madam President?
Yes.
Your motion, is it to postpone, or, I don't, your motion wasn't clear.
So, no, my motion is to table this so that we can just get a presentation of those things we've asked, not just for the board, but in full transparency so our stakeholders can view that too. And so any decision that is made by this Board of Education, we know we fully understand it. Our community has had the opportunity to join us for that presentation and hear the budget. We're weeks away from approving our budget. And we can still approve our budget, align it with this, find out what parameters were used when negotiating, and be confident in the sustainability of this. We're not opposed to the TA. This is nothing against the TA. There is some legal things that need to be tightened up. But this is just an opportunity to do better while we have the opportunity.
Madam President, this action would be to approve the tentative agreement, right? It's not the final agreement.
Yes, it is.
It's to approve the tentative agreement. So whereas during that time of us approving the tentative agreement, legal has time to review and make sure that all the i's were dotted and t's were crossed.
Yes.
That would be done during the tentative, and then they bring it back for full
No.
ratification. That's what I'm asking.
This is it. Yeah, this is it.
So we don't trust to me, it sounds, we don't trust who we've put in place. We're not trusting our finance person. We're not trusting our HR person. We're not trusting our consultant that came in to do the negotiations. That's what it seems like to me, that we don't trust who we put in place to do their jobs. It's like we're second guessing the professionals at what they do.
Thank you for raising that, because I want to make clear we absolutely trust our HR director to negotiate, and our superintendent to do his role. We absolutely trust each individual to do their role. However, none of them are legal. So it's not by having legal review this, and I'm not a lawyer, but I can point out language that I know from experience here, I know that has come back to haunt us here in this district and been issues of contention, that if we can avoid that right now, that is not an indication that we don't trust the people who negotiated. That's an indication that we realize this hasn't been reviewed by legal, and we have an opportunity to still meet our goal. We still meet our goal of settling it, but not doing it without it being reviewed by legal. Of course, we trust them, but who on that negotiation team is a lawyer?
Madam President, you just said that legal does not have to be a part of the negotiations.
Correct.
It has been a past practice that legal was a part of the negotiations. There are some things that we need to leave in the past and quit bringing in old baggage to move forward, because this is what happened during this scenario. This is what happened in this scenario. We have highly educated professional people in this role. Sometimes we got to stop. It's like my mother used to say, you can't take the baggage from this relationship into this relationship, because your new relationship will never, ever prosper, because you're always looking back at what happened last year. To me, it's going to say we don't trust who we put in place.
Okay, Ms. Wester, I would like to, again, clarify, maybe I wasn't clear. We do not need to have legal as part of the negotiating team. We absolutely don't.
I
But-
understood that.
But we don't enter into contracts without legal review. And that is not a lack of trust. That is a demonstration of wisdom and financial responsibility. So no, we don't need a lawyer to negotiate, but we should absolutely have a lawyer review it, because there are items that are in violation of the revised school code. There's one part that is in violation of a district policy. So, and this is not an argument, and this is not like disrespect to Dr. Edmondson or the work that was done. But if this Board of Education is being told that there are items that are in violation of the revised state code, and there are items that are in violation of district policy, this Board of Education needs to decide, where do you stand on that? Do you proceed anyway? Or do you recognize that, yes, we trust the people we hired, but we are given an opportunity to clean something up before we misstep? If we know there are things in violation to state code and violation to district policy, do we, or does anyone really want us to proceed knowing that, when we could just have the benefit of a little extra time to clean that up, have it reviewed by legal, and then still vote on these contracts and meet our goal of settling them prior to the expiration of the existing contracts? Is that unreasonable?
Madam President, well, normally in a business process and procedures, when you are handling these types of businesses, you always have, especially with contracts, legal review, okay? And so I'm looking at this, not looking at, from what I'm hearing, as not a form of not trust. It is a form of us looking at what we're doing and making sure, you know, that we're doing what we're doing and following the proper procedures and making sure that the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. And I'm not saying, you know, one way or another that trying to influence any decision or anything, but I'm just saying that normally when you're coming to a table with any contract, you don't sign a contract without thoroughly knowing the ratifications of that contract, making sure that if there's any legal things that needs to be addressed, or the president just said that there are some things but that needs to be reviewed and looked at. And so my question would be, how do we know that, number one? And number two, we need to know what it is. I want to know what it is. okay, if in fact it is that. And I'm not questioning.
Sure.
I am not questioning the integrity in the business processes and how this was negotiated with any one of our our staff, our administrators, okay, or even the superintendent. It's not a form for me of distrusting. Okay, I'm looking at this, how do we look at a contract? What are the parameters when we're looking at what we have to do and making sure that we understand that information? And so we don't know what it is that should be coming before us in that. And so that was what I had to say in that. I've never signed a contract, and I've signed many, okay, and not knowing the ratifications and the clarity of what I'm signing.
Yeah. And the tentative agreements themselves are not bad. And I want to be clear, we're not opposing that. I'm just stating that based on what I have learned as a board member from MASB workshops, from the state of Michigan, financial workshops, there are, and I don't pretend to have any legal knowledge, but there are just a couple things that stood out to me that I know violate revised school code. And so my concern is not changing the terms of the contract, but rather addressing those things that are contrary to revised state code and contrary to district policy. Could we just fix that? And we all appreciate all the work that's been done on negotiations. I don't think that's ever been questioned. But we know that it wasn't reviewed by legal, and we know here's a couple things we can tighten up. Do we want to proceed knowing that and dealing with it down the road, or do we want to fix it in the front end and avoid that? Because I don't like being in contention with our staff. I don't like being in contention with anyone. And our staff works hard, and they are deserving of everything in the TA. I am only requesting that we table it for legal review and to clean those items up. Ms. Sherman or Ms. Evans, you haven't spoke. Do either of you have anything?
Just taking it all in for consideration.
Madam President?
Yes.
Well, if that's your concern, I would say that we adopt this with the corrections going to the opposite side of looking at those two areas that you were talking about. You know, I happen to have a lot of experience sending contracts to lawyers, and just because you send them to a lawyer doesn't mean they get it right. Okay, but they also charge you maybe $500-600 an hour to look over a document, you know? So I would say that if that's your concern, I don't have any problem, but I would more than be happy to put a clause in there saying, let us clean these two areas that you're concerned about up, and let's get this contract done. Because I think that there's a credibility issue here, and I want to take care of the credibility issue. I appreciate what you're saying, but, okay, that credibility issue is a heck of a lot more important to this school in this city right now than documentation with maybe the wrong language or, you know, something like that. Tentatively approve it with the changes that you're talking about and move forward. That's what I suggest. I don't want to send it to a lawyer, and then that lawyer said, well, I don't know about that. Let's go over to this one. And I mean, my guy, you end up spending another, you know, X amount of dollars in legal fees, and that's not always right. So, anyway.
I hear you, and I respect that. That's not the case. It doesn't go back and forth. These are pretty clear cut, and I'll be honest with you. I saw a couple. I can't say that there's more, but what I'm saying is we could get this cleared up very quickly and come back to these TAs. And, you know, my concern is that anything worth doing is worth doing correctly. And again, I'm not saying drag this out. I am not saying that the terms of the contracts are not good. I'm saying we can get this tightened up and we can do it right. And when it comes to credibility, yes, right now, this is unpopular, but we have stated the concerns, the limited information, the legal issues that just need to be fixed. And that, to stand when something is unpopular, to do what is right long-term, that is maintaining credibility. There's a motion on the floor. We'll conduct a roll call vote.
Bergeron,
What,
we're doing the roll call vote on
No.
the motion to table.
no.
Evans,
Yes.
Terrell,
No.
Kennard,
Yes.
German,
No.
Wester is no. Piles,
Yes.
motion fails.
So then we will have action items on these tonight. I would move that the board, now that there will be a need for the closed session, move it up prior, well, we would move the report of the Director of Human Resources down after the closed session, so we can discuss these things and not violate any bargaining. Is there any opposition to that? Okay. So we will move to the report of the Manager of Operations.
Do we have to have a roll call for it to amend the agenda? Or to move
Well,
the items?
all in favor of moving the report of the Director of Human Resources? Say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Mr. Garland, thank you.
Good evening, Board. I'm here for a simple ask. We want to decommission buses that are no longer roadworthy. They are not plated. They cannot be driven due to the state inspector asking for us to decommission them. And so what we would like to do is deem them surplus and have them removed from the property. They have become problematic because they've been sitting for quite some time. So when we plow snow during the fall, when the leaves are on the ground, we can't push them to the back of the lot to remove them.
Mr. Garland, what is I know that these are on the schedule to be removed. What is the year or the mileage that is the life of our buses?
Well, typically, it's not as much a mileage thing as it is a year and then the condition of the buses. So we have buses that range from 2000, 2003, 2005, 2005, and 2010. We are not allowed to utilize these buses in any fashion.
Right. And thank you for stating that, because a lot of times we decommission these buses and then we get new buses, and sometimes the community is like, where did you get money for buses? But thank you for explaining that this is routine and it's part of what we need to do to stay in compliance with the state.
And just to maybe clarify that, the district did a fine job in purchasing buses through a grant, which the transportation team worked very diligently on. And so it wasn't at a high cost to the district. We got most of them at a very fraction of the cost to replace them.
Absolutely. Thank you for reminding us of that. So I move that the Board of Education declare the presented decommissioned buses as surplus and approve the removal of these buses from our fleet. The rationale is that it's presented to the board for review is a list of the decommissioned buses. Upon a declaration of surplus, these buses may be removed from our fleet. These buses are out of service and are no longer roadworthy. Is there support?
Support.
Thank you. Support. Moved by Piles, supported by Wester. I'm sorry, Kennard. I'm used to Wester. Supported by Kennard, my apologies. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Okay, we have report of board subcommittees. Do we have any reports?
No.
Okay. I will start with the action item for RISA. As we know, there is one seat up for election with the Wayne RISA Board of Education. And at a prior meeting, the board had voted to send Vice President Kennard to cast our vote and Secretary Wester as an alternate. That election will be held on Monday, June 7th. And now that we have appointed our representatives, we now need to, as a board, vote to who we will be casting a vote for. So the motion is, I move that the Board of Education adopt the resolution designating local district's Wayne RISA election representative, designating Vice President Judy Kennard as a representative and Secretary Ursula Wester as an alternate to elect one candidate to the vacancy on the Wayne RISA Board on Monday, June 7th, 2021, and the designated representative is further directed to cast a vote on behalf of the RCS Board for candidate James Petrie. He is running unopposed. So the rationale is the Elections Division of the Wayne County Clerk's Office has confirmed that James Petrie, Wayne RISA incumbent, has been certified as the official candidate for the one Wayne RISA Board of Education seat. The term is July 1, 2021 to June 30th, 2027. Mr. Petrie is running for re-election unopposed. This presented resolution must be passed between May 17th and June 6th, 2021, designating a district representative that will attend the election meeting to cast a ballot and identifying the candidate the designee must vote for on behalf of RCS. Our district representative and alternate, in the event the designated representative is unable to attend, were appointed at our May 10th, 2021 meeting. Judy Kennard is our designated representative, and Ursula Wester is our designated alternate. These appointments were adopted by majority vote of members serving on the board. Is there support? Support. Moved by Piles, supported by Evans. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. FYI, we have talked about advocacy for our students, and we've talked about doing that from a legislative level. We create policy for our district, and a lot of times what we are able to do, we are bound by the policies that are created, by the state and the national government. MASB has a grassroots advocacy program where they will come out, and board members, I emailed this information. If anybody needs it again, I can send it. But there is a grassroots advocacy program. They will come out free of charge and work with our board on ways to advocate on the state and national level to create policy that helps our students, that helps us advocate for them better here. It's training that we can do individually as a board, or we can network with districts in our area and form a coalition that petitions our legislators for much needed change. So it is a two-day workshop. It is free of charge. So right now it's just an FYI. If that's something this board would be interested in doing, either individually or with other boards, we can consider that at another time. Any questions or comments about that? Okay. So the last item is our Merriman property. And I know, Dr. Edmondson, I don't know if you've talked to Dr. Proctor about maybe bringing her to a board meeting so we can help facilitate the rezoning and ask any questions we have of her. I know she was out of town, but if that's, something that she'd be interested in doing so we can move kind of speed this along.
I'm going to be frank, she's fired up. I don't think she's coming here. It's just that simple. I don't see it happening. She called and she was very, very upset, saying a lot of things. We can ask, but I'm just saying that she is not pleased. I guess that's all I can say about that. I can ask. I can certainly ask.
Because, one, we want to sell the property, and we don't want her fired up. And there could be miscommunication. I know that when I had originally spoke with you at the beginning of the month, and then went to Mr. Haver for the questions we had, and he didn't have answers. So he directed me to reach out to Carol Mays at the city. So I did that, and it was simply asking what the rezoning process is, because I believe that was the question that board members had. Like, we're being asked to grant permission to rezone the property, and there was confusion as to whether the tenant could go directly from current residential to C2, or if she had to do RM first and then C2, and if it was conditional upon the sale of the property. And if that sale was not consummated, would the rezoning still take place? So Mr. Haver wasn't sure, so he directed me to contact Carol Mays, and what I was able to find out is that, so the rezoning application has many components. It's not as straightforward as us signing permission for rezoning. There has to be a traffic study done. There has to be a use statement submitted. There's a list of questions that are part of the application process. And so the city actually has offered to meet with the tenant and their architect to kind of go do pre-planning for the application, to walk through and make sure all of that is taken care of. So what they said is they don't have an official use statement yet from the tenant, and that those uses keep changing, so they're not sure what zoning needs to happen. They said currently in a residential zone, they could not operate as they want to operate. However, they can only go to RM right now, and they don't know if that will even allow them to operate, because they don't know what the use statement, what they plan on using the property for. So it's been very, very ambiguous with that. So, but the city is reaching out, wanting to do these initial pre-planning meetings, because all of these criteria have to be met for the application, plus the owners of the property give permission to rezone. And then after all of that happens, then they meet with the planning commission and they get scheduled for a date. So that's where we are. It's a little more involved than just us signing. However, if the owners sign for rezoning and the sale does not go through, we are stuck with that current zoning and we're no longer tax exempt. So that is something that we need to consider. And the concern, of course, is that there's $84,000 currently outstanding that is due. So I know this board last time had simply requested that we get the monies due and then we enter into those agreements.
Well, that's a lot of information. That's not how I got it. That's not how I read it at all. We had some questions that was asked to her. She answered them. They were sent back to the Board of Education. Every question that was asked, she sent it back. Okay. I contacted the city, and the city said it's as simple as they can help. They can't say it to her. Someone else has to say that they can help start the rezoning application. It has nothing to do with the school district. That is a quote. Has nothing to do with the school district. It's on her to do that. Okay. I let her know from day one, and I tell everybody, we're not responsible for your zoning issues, period. If you want this, this is on you, but we will help, absolutely. I would always help, and that's what I will do. But I don't understand it like that. The city was not all involved in it. The board asked, or Dr. Proctor asked for the lease of the dog park. I found it. I got the lease of the dog park to the board. Okay, anything that you ask, if you ask me to get it, I will get it. And I give it to you. But we have a $650,000 investment here, okay, to lose. A building that's been sitting for over 10 years. And now, as I understand it, last year, we were offered $750,000 and lost it. I just don't understand why we're willing to even consider losing it. We need to help her. If she needs our help, get it done. She knows it's going to get done by August. She has invested quite a bit of money into that building. She does not want the Board of Education coming into that building. She said, I will do it hypothetically what she said, or it's like when somebody comes into your house and your house is not kempt and they just show up or they want to come in. She said, no, there's no way. I'm too professional for that. We are building this. We are doing all the renovations that we possibly can. I will be glad to bring the board in June, assuming that everything is done that I need to get done. I have never walked into that property. I have not. I've not gone in there. I've not asked her. And I said, I leased my home. I leased my own home to someone. I didn't say, let me come in. I would never say that. They're leasing it. They're giving me a check. Now, she's understanding, and I don't know if this is right or wrong, because I understand where the board is coming from, too, that there's $65,000. She had to put a $65,000 down payment. She's of the understanding that that needs to be done by August, okay? That was my understanding, too, that it was done by August, okay? That's why there was no pressure on her. I didn't call her to say, hey, where's that money? Now, she said that she sent $15,000. Now, that we can act on because she said May 24th it would be sent. What's that, today?
The
25th.
tomorrow.
So that would take care of that. If we can't find the water bill, we're trying everything we can with the water bill, okay? Oh, we have the water. Which one is it? The
Gas.
gas, thank you, it's the gas. So, you know, I said last time before, the district, okay, in some respects, okay, you all know what things were like before. I'm going to talk about me now. Before I walked in here, you know what it was like. We've been cleaning up, and it's just not enough. We continue to clean up, okay? Let us clean up. That's what we're doing. Let us clean up and let us do the work. We have $650,000. To me, I'm not going to argue over $65,000 to lose $650,000. In order for us to get it, she's got to pay the $65,000. She's got to get right financially, okay? Or it doesn't happen. And if she doesn't, then we get a building that we could actually do something more with. Now, I don't want to do that, but I'm just saying at this point, I just don't understand. And she was fired up when the city contacted her. She was fired up because she said that the school board did it. And now Dr. Proctor is sharp. I need to tell you that. She is sharp, okay, and she represents an organization that is sharp. So I would just hope that, look, let me continue to
the
do
planning
it.
commission yet? Has anybody
I
been?
don't ask,
No.
I didn't ask
So,
that. the
yeah, so
planning
Dr. Edmondson,
commission.
we were on the same page when you said that there are steps in the process that can be done aside from the school district. That's correct. So no, I know, but as far as, no, we're not, and it's important that we have the accurate information because I see frustration of board members, and that's not my intent. I talked with Dr. Edmondson, and I had questions about Merriman, and he advised me to talk to Mr. Haver because we didn't have him, and I spoke with Mr. Haver. Mr. Haver didn't know, but he said Carol Mays at the city would, and directed me, it was simple rezoning. And understanding where we are if the property's rezoned and the sale doesn't go through. But the thing is we don't even need to go in there. Even pictures. Bob said, oh yeah, we can get before and after pictures. So something that just shows that something is happening because the contract, and she answered the questions, but she said, well, she'd have her attorneys answer or look at the contract. But the contract states, clearly, the purchaser shall provide the seller with a deposit amounting to $65,000 to be applied toward the purchase price, and it goes on to say that it will be within 60 days of the effective date, and the effective date is listed as December 1st. So, again, I'm not here to engage, we have a signed contract. Now, I will say, I think it's ambiguous because there was an original letter of intent, right, in November, the first draft that did move that back, that had it stated in August. However, if you read the terms, it talks about in the event payments aren't made, would be held. That copy is not signed. That copy is not signed. And I'm thinking, okay, I'm for the district. I guess I'm confused as to why we don't want to just abide by the terms of a contract, a signed contract. The other one that she's confused about isn't signed, but this one is signed by her and by Dr. Edmondson, and it states that $65,000 would be paid within 60 days. It also states that the utilities would be put in her name, and now we know that she tried and couldn't do that, and we found that out, in May. I didn't know that she had tried, but that's good. We can get that tightened up. Again, it's not, let's not sell the property. It's like, let's make good on the terms of the contract so we can move forward and not always be trying to clean up things that we have an opportunity to do now. That is all. I mean, the utilities haven't been paid. We haven't received the rent yet, but it's coming. We haven't received the $65,000. So it's just, again, does this Board of Education just want to make good on the existing terms of the contract?
I see there's a couple problems, and we never get this thing taken care of, because if they didn't go through the zoning board, okay, they have to go through the zoning board before they can operate that building. If they're operating in that building right now, they're operating illegally.
They're not, but yeah.
They're what?
They're not operating.
They're just renovating. They're renovating.
Yeah,
But
they're
I'm
getting
just-
ready to.
I'm just saying,
yeah.
but if they did improvements, I'm telling you that they gotta take it to Carol Mays. She's got to take the zoning the proper
Right.
way. And that's gonna be a hard issue. I'm not trying to be negative, but I'm
Right.
telling you what, I know several contractors on the other side of town that are having a heck of a time
Right.
with a building zoning and that, because the city is very tight. A guy wants to buy the old restaurant on Eureka Road. They want him to put a fire lane around it. I'm just saying
Right.
that maybe we should take that to her and say, listen, let's try to get that rezoned. I'll help you, whatever I can do, but,
that's it.
she's
That's what
tough.
I do.
Carol Mays is tough.
Dr. Proctor's tough, too.
Yes, Mr. Garland.
Got a little bit of old going. That was a good one. That was funny. I'd just like to address the board on a few things concerning the Merriman property. First, so you understand, all the payments that she makes on the lease are not in addition to the $650,000. Maybe you know that. It goes toward the purchase price.
Yes.
The $65,000, the way that I've read it and the way Dr. Proctor understands it, because I've had a discussion with her on it, is once the agreement, the lease is expiring and the agreement is signed to purchase. So that hasn't happened. They haven't done that. We haven't signed that contract to purchase. That's why she feels that money will be due after the fact. So she doesn't feel that was part of it right now. And according to Bob Haver, he said that's correct. Now, I believe, if I could be wrong, didn't this go to our attorneys to be vetted?
Yes, and the signed copy states that, and that's where it was different. The original intent to purchase had the date of August for the $65,000, and that's not the one that's signed. But after it went through legal, that's when it was stated that deposit would be made 60 days after the effective date. And so that made it due February 1st. That is one of the things that got caught by legal, because it's a surety. And if you read like why that $65,000 is in there, so yes, when it went to legal, that's why the signed copy, and I get that's what we believe and what she believes, and I'm not discrediting that. But again, as a Board of Education, do we go on what people believe, or do we honor the terms of signed contracts? Again, is that unreasonable?
If that's the case, then our attorney should contact them and correct it. I mean, that's just the end of it. There's no more discussion.
Correct.
Correct her thinking and Bob Haver's thinking, because they believe that the lease is in place, and then once that lease comes due, and that purchase agreement, which I don't believe we're there yet, comes into effect, then that's when the 65,000 hits. So maybe we need, I'm just trying to help this, because I don't want to see another property end up
Right,
like Mount Pleasant
absolutely.
or Burton.
Right.
You know, I mean, both those properties have had an impact on our school district and in the condition they're in. And I'll tell you, it costs a lot more money than they're worth to tear them down, and we're to that point. So, and just going a little further with Dr. Proctor and what's going on there, I see she's in earnest to purchase this, so I hope that we can help her with the city. I know the city would like to see it purchased, because this does nothing but add to the beautification of our city, of the properties. Take a walk over to Mount Pleasant and talk to some of the community members who live near to that place. I do. I've talked to them, and they're frustrated. So anything the board can do, I would like to see you do to make this happen.
Yes. And thank you, Mr. Garland.
One last thing.
Yes, go ahead.
Jewel and myself, we have contacted DTE. We have contacted Constellation, who is our gas. There has been no bill, no gas bills for Merriman. We can't figure out why that is. It's got to be a clerical error on their end. But DTE, there is none. I know you've been asking for them.
Yeah.
We reached out to Constellation. They sent us their information. There's nothing. It's like it
gas.
doesn't exist.
It's a gift.
It's a ghost.
Yeah, so leave it alone. Well, but yes, and thank you for that, because I believe that we are all on the same page that we want to sell this property. And we absolutely do. And Mr. Garland, as you know, we were in situations in the past where we leased property and things weren't paid, and then, of course, the community didn't understand because they don't know what they don't know, but we got caught, which is, again, we're not saying we want to sell this, but can we collect on the terms? And I just actually sent to the board that contract. And I will say this, the signed copy was in our board packet. We approved this on, I want to say November 9th. November 9th. So this signed copy that I just forwarded to the board is the actual copy that is in our board packet from November 9th, 2020, the one we voted on. I also received this from Mr. Haver, the signed copy, and the other one that seems ambiguous, that she's thinking it's not due, that was an original draft, but not the one that we voted on and not the one that's signed. So I sent that to you also.
I heard Ms. Abbott's question. She said, what happens if it comes back and it hasn't been paid? Well, we have a legal document that states they're responsible. So we would be able to take action, legal action against that company.
Another question I have, I'm sorry, President Piles. Weren't we told that invoices have been issued for electric and gas?
Yes.
How could we invoice if we don't have those invoices?
You do have the electric.
For DTE,
But,
we do.
but DTE, but there was a clerical error by one of our assistants who broke it out as DTE and gas. It was her mistake, but they were simply electric, and those have been charged to Dr.
So we have
Proctor.
electric bills, we
Yes,
don't
we do.
have any
We-
gas bills.
Yes, because our
Okay,
gas comes through a secondary company. We get it at a better
Yes.
rate.
Misunderstood. I thought there was
Okay, we're
no
good.
supporting
Yes, we
documentation.
have the electric. And the gas,
So-
it didn't just disappear when they moved into the property. We haven't been billed for that in some time. Ms. Claire, clarify.
So I have a suggestion then, because we have too many crooks going on. We get our attorney and her attorney, and then they can get back to us. Done deal. I'm not calling them, I'm not sending them an email. We send Troon, she sends hers, they handle it, they get back to us. Done. It's too many people contacting Dr. Proctor, too much going on. We have an attorney, they have an attorney, let them handle it, since we were talking about attorneys, let them handle it. And then we can stay out of it and do what we need to do. That would be my suggestion to the board too. What you do is you tell the superintendent to get with the attorney, I will get with the attorney, and then you want to update, I can get you an update in 2 weeks. Okay, whatever it is, just if you tell me to get with the attorneys, we can make that happen.
So, Dr. Edmondson, just to be clear, have we now granted permission and done what we need to do on our end to allow them to put the DTE in their name?
I would imagine, yes, I'd try to stay out of that. I would try to stay out of that bill in terms of them being able to get DTE in their name. Oh, you're not Bill.
I know.
You Sue.
I'm looking at.
Oh, man, I thought he was Bill. My bad. Well, that's not a compliment to you, apparently. Bill.
So
Sorry.
this becomes a little bit convoluted here. We have to call and approve it, and
Right.
DTE has to do it. We can contact our rep. We have a specific rep that we can contact and say, go ahead and put it in their name. That's the street lights and everything, the parking lot lights and everything associated with it. We can do that. Then they'll have to call and get it in their name. But they know they have to pay those bills. There is a legal ramification if they don't.
Yeah.
Mr. Garland? Ma'am?
Yes.
Was that something we should have done in the beginning and we omitted and didn't do, or is that?
Well, again, I wish our lawyers would have told us.
Okay.
You know, I mean, that's one of those no catch. You know, Mr. Bergeron commented on that sometimes they hand us, they look at the document, they say good, they charge us. But, you know, obviously, if we ever do this again, we're going to have all our ducks in a row. So because, I mean, all of us, you know, we work so hard. And, you know, that should have been caught through legal. That should have.
Right.
Thank you.
So, and at this point, I mean, as long as we're reimbursed for our utility expenses, that's fine. And now we can do what we need to do to get them transferred in their name. And again, and Mr. Bergeron, you weren't here, sorry to startle you, you weren't here when we originally did that, so I re-emailed the contract to the board, and so now you'll have that and see what that is. But again, all I'm asking, again, I'm not saying let's not sell, I'm saying let's just fulfill the terms of the contract and sell the property, and that's all, so.
So,
are we
Madam
going-
President,
Yes.
may I? So are we instructing the superintendent to allow for those conversations to happen between the two attorneys?
Yes.
So are we doing that as a board?
So, yes,
We need to.
so I move that the Board of Education authorize the superintendent to have our attorneys review the signed contract that the board approved on November 9th, 2020, with Dr. Proctor's attorney, and make good on the terms of that contract, and then we will proceed with the authorization for rezoning.
Support.
Any questions or discussion?
Madam President? may I?
Yes.
So are we not, you're indicating a specific contract. If there's like a breakdown of communication, it sounds like what Dr. Edmondson was advocating for is just to turn this particular issue over to our attorney to determine how we should move forward. So you're directing
So
one
I'm
thing.
saying, yes, so I'm saying the signed contract, because that's the one that's legally binding. The signed contract is the same one that the Board of Education approved. It's in our board packet, and Pete, I can forward that to you too. It was our November 9th board packet. So the contract that was in that packet the night that we approved this purchase agreement is also the same one that is signed, and the signed contract is the legally binding contract. So, yes, so our attorney would take that signed contract, because the other, it was just an intent. It wasn't signed, it states it's just, yeah, so the signed contract would be the one that is binding. Any other questions?
Okay, I guess so my question is that something that we have to have those parameters around? Can we turn this over, the entire, the whole thing over? Not just saying the signed contract, turn the whole thing over to the attorney and her attorney to review. Remove the parameters, because there's
Yeah.
confusion. There's
I mean,
confusion
yes,
on it.
we can do that, just as long as we understand that then we're going to be paying legal. And I know Mr. Bergeron brought up the cost of legal to review all of the early, I'm sorry, to review all of our early phases, and I believe that there were 3, the final one was signed. But yes, we can send all of those to legal. But we need to understand that the signed contract is the legally binding contract.
We'll let the attorneys decide.
That's what I'm trying to say. The attorney.
Okay.
I know what you're saying, but the attorneys will tell us.
That's fine. Yep, that's fine.
Understood.
Yep.
Okay.
Any more questions or concerns?
So then that would mean that the motion needs to be amended to allow the attorneys to work the terms out.
Exactly. So if are there any more questions or concerns, then we can just make one amended motion. So I will amend the motion to state that the Board of Education authorize the superintendent to submit all copies of the intent to purchase the property, and I believe that those are in board packets October 12th, 2020, November 9th, 2020, over to legal to determine the terms of the contract. Those are just on the record, so you know where they are.
Missing something, because there are 2 contracts. There is a lease and there is a
No,
purchase.
I'm talking,
That's what's the confusion.
right, I'm talking about the purchase agreement. That's the one that we're in dispute about the 65,000. Now, do we also want them to review the lease? The lease, I don't think there's a dispute over the lease. I mean, that's easy. They aren't disputing that they pay rent or utilities. It's the purchase agreement, I thought.
I would just rather send it to them.
Okay, okay,
Got it. We'll pay.
okay. Well, I'm just saying, there's no dispute over the lease, but we can send that, yeah.
We're gonna
No.
send, all-
So-
the motion should be just to send all contracts. All contracts
Okay.
go for review.
So those are the same dates, October 12th and November 9th, so they can all be found in our board packets and sent over.
Are you finished with the
For the
motion?
board, our attorneys, and I don't have this on, our attorneys came up with the terms. It's ours.
Yes.
Theirs, I stopped.
Right.
It's ours.
Yes,
So they'll have the understanding.
yes. Yes, that is.
Okay, support.
Moved by Piles, supported by Kennard,
No, Western.
supported by somebody. There is no further discussion. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. See where we are on the agenda. So before we move into closed session, I would like for the board to schedule a special meeting to address the Beverly property so that we are not waiting until our next board meeting, which is June 14th. So we can schedule a special meeting and get the information we need. Mr. Haver said that he would bring the seller, and we can get that property just gone. No leases, just a sale. Get the money. So does anyone have a preference as to when that meeting is, or when they absolutely cannot meet? If we can, yes.
Or Thursday.
So next Monday,
So, well, next Monday's the holiday, yeah.
so Tuesday.
Okay, so, you need to be at your son's graduation, you know?
Friday.
Friday. Okay, so, next Monday's the holiday, so obviously
Tuesday.
we're not gonna do that. Are people available on Tuesday, which would be, is that June 1st?
Yep.
Are there any district events, any fifth grade moving up or kindergarten graduation or anything the day? I think prom is the 2nd, June 1st, it's a Tuesday. We don't want to conflict with any district events. Okay, so let's do this. Barring any events that are scheduled that we are not thinking of right now, why don't we set that, is 6 o'clock good on a Tuesday? Okay, so as long as we are under the state of emergency, yes. Then board members are able to join remotely. And that is another thing, obviously, when we have public, we want them to come in here too. So if we want them to come in, then we have to pass a resolution, and we can do this at that meeting to lift that. And at that point, no board member will be able to attend remotely. But we will schedule that on the agenda as well, if that please the board. Okay, so,
I'd just like to say this for the record, for the board. When we do these evening events, David Cooper has a family, he has young children, and he's very active in their lives, particularly after school. We've asked a whole lot of him to give up that time, and I'm concerned about it. And I say that to him, I'm very concerned that he's missing these opportunities. I need the board to be really cognizant of that he makes all of the electronic stuff work, our technology, and at the cost of missing this with his son, missing this baseball game, missing that baseball game. I don't, sometimes I'm like, why can't we do a morning? I mean, I know that's, people don't ever want to even bring it up, but sometimes we do a morning. If it's 9 a.m., we're here.
That will make sure that we're out of here in a appropriate time frame
I
as
know,
well, too,
I
when
know
people have to
Ms.
go to
Terrell
work.
in particular and Ms. German, but Ms. German might have a little bit of flexibility because of what she does, maybe, I don't know.
no,
I don't know.
and thank you for
Just
bringing that, that is something
please.
to consider.
Is there any way that Mr. Cooper could show one of us or put a directions on the wall type thing,
one of
a
us
book,
being
directions?
I think Sue just volunteered. If you think you can.
It's a challenge.
I mean, I'm not discounting your, your abilities, but is there some way that we could possibly, in a situation, that you might not be here one day, we could maneuver around it?
Yes, I will say it is the Google Meet that throws a loophole into everything.
Okay.
Okay, trying to do this and a Google Meet at the same time is difficult. When we did just Google Meets, that was one thing. But even if we did just Google Meet, then I've got to show someone how to use the streaming software to be able to broadcast that out to everybody. Okay, so that's another step there. So there's more, it's all about, so I can get properly set up, how we're going to do it.
If it's
Could we,
during regular hours, like Dr. Edmondson recommended, could we have one of Mr. Cooper's?
techies, yeah.
Right, he can be there if it's regular.
Yeah.
But if it's
it's the
after,
late
would
ones.
one
Have
of
a
your techs
techie
be
do
able
it,
to do
maybe
it?
at night?
Oh,
But at night, they don't.
I've asked someone,
You're not paying, you're not
my
paying.
audio
them.
video guy that I have here on my text, and
nobody's interested.
it's me, they've got families.
We all got families that want to be at home. For businesses to run.
Okay, so do we want to try and go for an earlier time, or do we want to keep it in the evening and Sue Evans learn how to run the camera?
How early can we do?
What's the earliest?
I'm not available on Tuesdays in the morning, that's like that.
Okay. Is there a day when you are available earlier? We can move it.
We can do a weekday if
Yeah.
Tuesdays don't work, we can do a weekday, that's. if it's
Memorial
early,
Day,
it's great.
Memorial Day barbecue
We'll
at the
cancel
Edmondsons.
everything. I'm golfing on Memorial Day.
Right. I'm saying, how early can we do it in the day if it's not a 9 o'clock in the morning?
Right. So is there a day of the week that you are available earlier, or, okay,
Well, I'll have to do it virtually.
that's fine, yeah. So, because we don't have to lock into Tuesday, if there's a day that works better for you, Ms. Sherman.
Wednesday's probably in the
that work for you? Are you working? Okay, so here's what we will do. We will work this out, away from the table. Since everybody, I guess, just submit availability, and we'll work that out at the table. Does that work, Dr. Edmondson?
You can do a Google, what is it, form? Not form, where you just put a survey out that's puts 3 dates, check which one you can do. If you want us to do that, I can have Mr. Kruger,
Yeah.
I'm sure he could do that.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yeah, I hate to bring this up now, but I am. Is there any way we can change this meeting to Tuesday anyway? And let me give you a little bit of history. Back in the day, when I was on the city council, both meetings were on Tuesday. I made a motion to change the council meeting to Monday. Now, all of a sudden, the school board has it on Monday. I think it's a more of a service to the community if we split those days up. Plus, I golf on Monday.
I knew that was coming, yeah.
I'm honest.
But don't move it to Wednesday, right? Because you go off on Wednesday, yeah. So,
But anyway, if we could do that, I mean, I think that it'd be better for that's what Tina Talley said the other day.
Right.
You know, hey, I can't get involved in the schools because
Right.
I got council meeting that night.
right, so currently, I know we had brought this up before, and current schedules, there was conflicts.
Yeah.
So, but that is something that we would like to do so that we're available to attend each other's meetings. Currently, board members are able to attend on the first Monday council meetings. That is the only, because they meet on the first, the second, and fourth.
First, second, and fourth.
And
yeah.
so, and then city council members have sometimes come to our meetings, and we will adjust our agenda to give them precedence so they can make it.
But it's just not the council members, it's the people that are,
Right, absolutely.
at home watching
Sure.
TV or, you
Yes.
know.
And,
yeah, they
yes,
wanna-
and right now, we have the benefit of even those meetings being recorded, but we had discussed at our business meeting in July, seeing if that was an option, and it would give board
Okay,
members
well-
time to adjust their schedules, but we do want to build those relationships, absolutely.
Okay,
So, thank you for that, Mr. Bergeron.
you don't have to thank
No, but I will.
I'm greedy, I wanted it for myself.
Right, so, or we'll meet on the golf course. So, so we will then follow up to plan that special meeting, and the items, Madam Secretary, what were they? They were the Beverly property, and we would then discuss if the board wishes to go open to the public for meetings. And those will be the 2 agenda items for that special meeting to be determined. Okay. Are we good on discussion with that? You good,
She's
Mr.
talking to
Bergeron?
herself and I was trying to listen.
Okay. You good?
Because you said the 2 agenda items for the special meeting will be the discussion of
be
the
the
Beverly
Beverly property.
property and possible,
And it'll be whether the board wishes to go outside of the city and county state of emergency and make our meetings open to the public.
Can I say something right quick?
Sure.
We also probably need to confer with them because I think they're having,
Lean in.
you need to turn your mic
oh,
on.
my mic is on.
You
gotta
need to bring
lean
it to
in.
you.
Okay, there's a possibility they're having conversations on changing their meeting days as well to Tuesday. You know, I mean, they're having, I mean, I'm not saying that they are, that is adequate that they're doing it, but they're having conversations and doing, where they're off days from ours. And so we might need to contact someone, maybe the president or someone of the city council to find out, you know, what those conversations, how those conversations are going and what's doing. Because they're looking, we're on Tuesday.
change ours to Saturday.
And, you know, we're at second and fourth. They want to, you know, do first and third, so they can have the opportunity to come to our meetings in Viceburg. Right, so talk about, yeah. Before we do anything. So
Pete,
I don't
work it
think we
out
should
by
put
next
that on.
meeting,
I don't
please.
think we should put that on there yet until, you know, have a conversation with them and find out, and then bring it, okay. Yeah, Beverly property, and, yeah, okay.
That's for the next meeting, yes. Okay. Okay, so, moving on. That would be, okay. So at this time, I move that the Board of Education convene in closed session under Section 8C of the OMA to consider strategy regarding negotiations. The rationale is in accordance with Michigan's Open Meeting Act enacted in 1976 as Public Act 267. All closed meetings must be called by a motion at a public meeting of the board, followed by a roll call vote. Please refer to information distributed for/after May 22nd, 2021 board meeting. Is there support?
Support.
Moved by Piles, supported by Kennard. Roll call vote, please.
Bergeron,
Aye.
Yes.
yes or no?
Yes. Aye is a yes.
Hey,
Nay is no.
be clear.
If it's AYE, it's yes.
I'm sorry.
Terrell,
Yes.
German,
Yes.
Kennard,
Yes.
Wester, yes. Evans,
Yes.
Piles.
Yes, we are in closed session at 8:21. It is. He already had a nap and is ready for more snacks.
Meeting, and I've already got 9 hours by
Yeah, there you go. Are we live, Mr. Cooper? Okay. Motion to reconvene into open meeting.
Support.
Roll call vote, please.
Piles,
Yes.
Bergeron,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Terrell,
Yes.
German,
Yes.
Kennard,
Yes.
Wester, yes. Motion to reconvene at 10:08.
I move that the Board of Education approve the collective bargaining agreement between Romulus Community Schools and the Romulus Education Association, MEA-NEA, for July 1, 2021 through July 30, 2023. A tentative agreement has been reached between the district and the Romulus Education Association for a collective bargaining agreement beginning July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2023. This agreement has been ratified by the REA and upon approval of the Board of Education shall become effective July 1, 2021. This agreement removes furlough days, removes payment for credit hours, increases student instruction days to 181, increases teacher work days to 183, including 3 days for professional development prior to the start of the school year, adds 3 days of induction training for newly hired teachers prior to the start of the school year, provides an improved salary schedule and more flexibility in step placement to assist with recruitment of talent, grants a step increase and a 2% wage improvement for the 21-22 school year, grants a step increase and a 2% wage improvement for the 22-23 school year, resolves an outstanding issue of step placement for 22 current employees. And then we received a confidential email attachments that were distributed for and after May 22nd, 2021 board meeting. Is there support?
Support, Wester.
Moved by Piles, supported by Wester. Roll call vote, please.
Bergeron,
Yes.
Terrell,
Yes.
German,
Yes.
Kennard,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Wester, yes. Piles,
Yes, motion passes unanimously. I move that the Board of Education approve the collective bargaining agreement between Romulus Community Schools and the Romulus Association of School Administrators beginning July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2023. A tentative agreement has been reached between the district and the Romulus Association of School Administrators. This agreement has been ratified by RAZA and upon approval of the Board of Education shall become effective July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2023. This agreement removes furlough days and flex days, removes the severance payout, and pays current administrators with 5 or more years of service the amount earned. Pays current administrators with less than 5 years of service a prorated amount predicated on their continued employment through September 30th, 2021. Removes credit hours payment, removes language related to prohibited topics, establishes increased work days for each level, adds 3 new positions to the agreement, provides an improved salary schedule to assist with recruitment and retention of talent, adds to stipend to compensate for additional commitments at both the building and district levels, provides 11 sick leave days per year, administrators will be placed on the new schedule, steps, and 2% wage improvement for the second year of the agreement. And we received confidential email attachments distributed for and after May 22nd, 2021 board meeting. Is there
Support.
support? Moved by Piles, supported by Wester. Roll call vote, please.
German,
Yes.
Bergeron,
Yes.
Terrell,
Yes.
Kennard,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Wester, yes. Piles,
Yes, motion passes unanimously.
I move that the Board of Education approve the collective bargaining agreement between Romulus Community Schools, the district, and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, Council 25, Local 64, beginning July 1st, 2021 through July 30th, 2024.
June 30th.
June 30th, I'm sorry, June 30th, 2024. Rationale, a tentative agreement has been reached between the district and the ASME Council 24, Local 64, for a collective bargaining agreement beginning July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024. This agreement has been ratified by ASME and upon the approval of the Board of Education shall become effective July 1, 2021. The agreement has been reorganized to group all language for classifications no longer employed by the district into an appendix. The dental carrier is changed. 3 paid days have been added to spring break for Secretary 2 classification. Secretary 1 classification will be allowed to carry over a maximum of 5 vacation days per year. The 3-year agreement includes steps and 2% wage improvement for each year, a one-time bonus payment of $500 for ratifying the agreement. We received confidential email attachments for and after May 22nd, 2021 board meeting. Need support?
Support.
Moved by Wester, supported by Kennard. Roll call vote.
Kennard,
Yes.
Bergeron,
Yes.
Sherman,
Yes.
Terrell,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Wester, yes, Piles.
Yes, motion carries unanimously. I move that the Board of Education approve the collective bargaining agreement between Romulus Community Schools and the Romulus Federation of Paraprofessionals Local 3422, beginning September 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2023. A tentative agreement has been reached between the district and the AFS CME Council 24, Local 64, for a collective bargaining agreement beginning July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024. This agreement has been ratified by Romulus Federation of Paraprofessionals and upon approval of the Board of Education shall become effective September 1st, 2021. This agreement adds greater flexibility to schedule summer work for technology, clarifies 2 days to be paid over midwinter break, adds an additional day to be paid over the Christmas break, eliminates the career ladder for future employees, and reinstates and improves longevity, provides step increases and 2% increase in base pay for each year. And we received confidential email attachments that were distributed for and after May 22nd, 2021 board meeting. Is there support?
Support.
Moved by Pyle, supported by Kennard. Roll call vote.
Terrell,
Yes.
Sherman,
Yes.
Bergeron,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Kennard,
Yes.
Wester, yes, Piles.
Yes, motion carries unanimously. Mr. Cooper, yes.
Motion,
Mr. Cooper, are there any additional public comments? Is anybody joining us via Google Meet? I can't see if their hands are raised. Do we have any public comments? If so, you can unmute and have the floor. Do you have any, Mr. Cooper? There are none. Okay. Are there any communications from board members? Okay, then I will just say, board members, please send in some availability so we can coordinate that special meeting for the Beverly property. And thank you for the time tonight. Thank you for all of the work done on negotiations. That is a sincere thank you, and thank you for the time, Mrs. Hazlett and Ms. Claire, for providing us with the information tonight. Motion to, oh, I'm sorry, Doctor.
No, definitely not. We have some thank yous. Just want to thank the board first. Rough week, but I thank you. I truly thank you that we got this done. We got it done before we were supposed to get it done. So I thank you for that. I thank you for believing in the process and allowing us to bring Dr. Green. We have an outstanding Director of Human Resources who helped us through this.
Let's give that up.
We have our financial, we all know where we were before, but where we are now, we have an excellent director, interim director of finance as well, was very helpful in this process. I want to thank the presidents of the REA, that would be Sarah Carter, who has been gracious throughout this entire process. You didn't see her come in here with any, things that happened in the past, as I heard, but I don't know her like that. I know her to be a wonderful president, and it's been an honor to work with her. I want to thank Roxanne Kucharski, who's the president of Local 3422, outstanding attitude and commitment. To Local 64 President Tammy Garrison, who's done an outstanding job as well. And I want to thank Ms. Floretta Marino, who is the president of RAZA, who also participated in this process. This has definitely been a team effort, and I can tell you that the morale in the school district is, I won't say it's high, I can't say that, we're in a pandemic, but I would say the morale is better. I believe that we've built many bridges, a trusting relationship now, so I just thank you. I'm exhausted. Maybe I can enjoy a little bit.
It's improving, and we are committed to this, and it is definitely deserved and overdue. So on that note, a motion to adjourn.
Support.
Moved by Piles, supported by Kennard by a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? No,
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 no, no, no.
no.
It is at $50 an hour.
This was the last one. The rest are like an hour and a half.